Good afternoon and welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education business meeting of July 13, 2021. This meeting is being conducted by a hybrid video conferencing and it is also being live streamed by the county channel. The capacity in the Beaufort County School District Media Center is limited to 60 individuals, and in order to comply with social distancing requirements, the individuals must stay at least 3 feet apart and seating is on a first-come basis. Requests for public comment participation will be accepted this evening between 5 and 5:30 by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to robin.cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us, and that's Robin, R-O-B-Y-N. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you'll be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum is limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board also for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain, and each speaker in person must fill out a public comment card, which they can obtain from the board clerk. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 this evening. In the same manner, the second public comments will take place prior to adjournment and no later than 9 p.m. The second forum is limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board is not finished addressing all items listed on the July 13, 2021 agenda, the board will reconvene tomorrow night at 6 p.m. to finish the agenda items. We now need a motion to go into an executive session, and whoever makes the motion, could you please read the items listed? Thank you. Ms. Fidrich?
Yes, I move that we enter into executive session for discussion of negotiations incident to proposed contractual agreements with Curriculum Associates, LLC, pursuant to SC Code Annum Section 30-4-70A2. Discussion of negotiations incident to proposed contractual arrangements with Scholastic Incorporated, pursuant to SC Code Annum Section 30-4-70A2. Employment matter regarding personnel ratification report and personnel matter pursuant to South Carolina Code Annum Section 30-4-70A1, adult ed homeschool report, and receipt of legal advice related to a settled claim and a pending claim covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to SC Code Annum Section 30-4-70A2.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Dr. Wisniewski made the second. Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Could you please clarify for me who will be advising the board on any contracts being discussed during executive session?
I'll defer to Dr. Rodriguez since it's his staff.
It will be, can you hear me? It will be Ms. Cartledge and it will be district staff and Hunter Freeman.
You said Hunter Freeman?
As well, yes.
Okay, yes, sir. Also, who will be advising the board on the employee and personnel matters?
Be Ms. Cartledge and it will be district staff.
And also, who will be advising the board on the settlement claims and pending claims?
That'll be Ms. Cartledge.
And all right, thank you.
There being no further hands up, voting is now open.
Robin Wisniewski, yes.
The motion carries unanimously, 9 yes, 0 no's. So I noticed, so we'll go into executive session now, and Robin and Molly, I noticed Good evening and welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education Business Meeting of July 13, 2021. The board has come out of executive session and we are now in public session. The board did not finish all items to be covered in executive session, so we'll go back into executive session at the end of the agenda. So we now need a motion to approve the agenda.
Move that we approve the agenda for July 13th.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Wisniewski made the motion to approve the agenda. Ms. Boatright second the motion. Any discussion? Voting is open. The motion to approve the agenda is unanimous, 9-0. We will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll now have a moment of silence. The media has been properly notified. We're now on to points of celebration. Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. This evening, in points of celebration, we want to recognize some of our, or all of our retirees this evening. And so our school district's mission is to prepare graduates who compete and succeed in an ever-changing global society and career marketplace. And tonight we honor a group of professionals who have dedicated years of personal service to fulfill that mission. And so Battery Creek High School, we have Carolyn Flagg, Jeffrey Pitt, and Martha Sett. At Beaufort Elementary School, we have Judith Blankenship, Cynthia Brown, Kathleen Dempsey, Joanne Fazzino, Johnny Holt, Mary Sweetenberg, and Imogene Younger. At Beaufort High School, we have Maricel Emily, Deborah Kidd, and Lee Murphy. At Bluffton Elementary School, we have Evelyn Walker. At Bluffton High School, we have Sandra Bedosky, John Carruthers, Dennis Vernon, and Jean Vanell. At Bluffton Middle School, we have William Moore. Broad River Elementary School, we have Melanie Frazier, Patricia Fuqua, Kathy Johnson, Susan Laufer, Wanda McAllister, and Jill Schooner. At Coosa Elementary School, we have Linda Bennett, Pamela Kinsey. At Hilton Head Early Childhood Center, we have Carol Bolgan, Heather Burke, Sandra Ferguson, Patricia Moskowitz, Martha Reese, Marilyn Stewart. At Hilton Head Island Elementary, we have Connie Boswell Smith, Javanka Gurick, Nancy Woronowicz, and Janet Young. At Hilton Head Island High School, we have Kathleen Marshall, Patricia Pritchard, Patricia Reed, and William Smith. At Hilton Head Island Middle School, we have Kathy Chisholm, Susan Coltrane, Ed DeGenova, Patricia Freda, Kathleen Lawrence, and Catherine Wallazis. At Hilton Head Island School for the Creative Arts and Defusky Elementary School, we have Catherine Eways. At Ladies Island Elementary School, we have Barbara Doctor and Marvell Ulmer. At Ladies Island Middle School, we have Karen Daly, Carolyn Dennis, Susan Floyd, and Christine Warner. At MC Riley Elementary School, we have Evangeline Fielkowski, Frances Powell, and Kathleen Whipper. At Mossy Oaks Elementary School, we have Joni Caton. At Port Royal Elementary School, we have Deborah Hughes. At River Ridge Academy, we have Benita Barnett, Lisa Galelli. And at Robert Smalls International Academy, we had Martha Barnes, Donna Martin, Christina Ward, and Eve Weaver. At Joseph S. Shanklin Elementary School, Eulayla Richardson and Philip Young. At St. Helena Elementary School, we have Brenda Housley and Janet Rutland. At Whale Branch Early College High School, we have Chloe Gordon and Delta Quarles. At Whale Branch Middle School, we have Eugene Bruger and Karen Parker. At the district office, we have Ms. Carmen Dillard from Instructional Services, Arnold Barney Ferguson from Maintenance, Barbara Goodwin from Transportation, Terry Goethe from Food Services, Cheryl Hoff from Food Services, Andrea Johnson from Human Resources, Veronica Moultrie from Food Services, Jeanette Seabrook from Transportation, Donna Smith from Human Resources. On behalf of the entire school district, our community, and the many lives that you have touched over the years, we say thank you. Thank you and congratulations to our Beaufort County School District retirees, and I cannot express enough how much we appreciate your efforts.
So next on the agenda is the first public comments, and I would like to review the comment card that is being filled out by members that are present. And if you've completed this card, you've consented to abide by the rules for speaking. Speakers addressing the board must confine comments to issues within the domain of the board, refrain from racial comments, obscenities, vulgarities, and references to specific individuals by name, and not commit other breaches of respect. Your comments do not exceed 3 minutes, and there will be a timer, and you may not yield your time to someone else. And at the request of the presiding officer, individuals who violate the expectations of the board during public comments will be asked to cease speaking and return to their seats or leave the boardroom. Should the participant fail to abide by the reasonable directive of the presiding officer, the board may prohibit the offending speaker from participating in further public comment sessions for a period not to exceed 6 months. So our first commenters will be those that are participating by phone, and I know we have at least one.
Ms. Johnson?
Hi.
Hi, your public comment. Please state your first name and last name, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Arjuni Johnson. And what else did you want me to say?
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
All right, so I have a couple of questions. I wasn't prepared. I just found out it was going to come on right now. The 3 questions that I want to ask. The money that's on the table for the ESOL program. Will Gullah Geechee students have access to it? Will teachers be able to teach our students or utilize the programs that other students that are using the ESOL program? That's question number 1. I want to know how aware the board was that they weren't receiving abatement reports from 2017 until now. I also want to know how transparent has the funding been and the spending? Is there anybody doing checks and balances? So sorry, I was out. There was another question that was really important that I wanted to ask. Come on in. Let me go through my notes. All right, I know I'm running out of time, but okay. Oh yeah, debt refunds. All right. So now, my question to you guys are: I saw on the board that you're supposed to be doing debt refund options. Why and where are these options coming from now? Why weren't they always utilized? Where has the overflow in funds been going? Because if you guys haven't had an abatement report, how are you going to know how much money you've actually been spending? So I guess I'm more wondering, what are the checks and balances? Who's been checking? Who's going to be held accountable for it? You got everything. I think that's everything I wanted to ask. But really importantly, the Gullah Geechee thing. I really want to make sure that my Gullah Geechee students receive funding and that they are able to have access to that ESOL program that the state has special funding for. And I think that's all my questions and comments and concerns. I'm sorry for any confusion. I was kind of rushing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, next will be our speakers that are present. Mary Moyd will be talking on the future school site location.
Good evening. My name is Mary Moyd, and I reside on Ladies Island. And I was looking at some zoning, and some zoning in our area, and I stumbled across something that said future school site. Now on the map, I don't know what district it's in because it's only color coded and it doesn't have where its future school site is. So I wanted to know, where is the future school going to be? And was there, if it's on Ladies Island, I wanted to know if there was a feasibility study, what kind of school is going to be. It's going to be elementary, middle school, what type of school is it going to be? And a feasibility study that warrants another school. If it's possible, I would like to see a copy of that, regardless of where it is. And where can I find a map that shows the actual district and not a color code? Because even though it's color coded, it doesn't say what district it is. So I would like to see that. I've been on the website most of the day looking. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Linda Moyd Hills, whose topic is meeting, and I'm sorry, I can't read the next word that you have on the comment card. We'll be talking about meeting and what?
Hi, my name is Linda Moyd Hills, and I have a problem with the board meeting, how it's presented. Just for clarity, at the meeting in June, the chair said to the board, if the board did not complete the meeting tonight, that they would have to carry it over the next day. Did the board get through the agenda? Was there a carryover meeting, and is that a normal practice? The second is, there's a planned agenda, and just listening, I didn't feel comfortable. I couldn't grasp what you all were saying because it was going like this all over the place. And another thing, before the board makes decision about our children's education, is there a public notification prior to approving and passing any changes? How do you contact us? It appeared that we found out after things are written in stone. Unfair, unfair. After finding my zone, district, knowing where I'm at, I got in my car and I started traveling down Little Capers Road. And upon that, I ran across this sign that says commercial property. And I found out that that is not commercial property. And it says for sale by owner, www.beaufort.k12.sc.us. Could someone please let me know what's going on with that sign? And, you know, we put you in office to serve us. Please let us know what's going on. Yes, I may be a little late, but I am not a dummy. I'm smart. I'm intelligent. And I can help you. I can assist you. But you can't do it on your own. And we need the constituents. Who is voting? Who is passing these policies, these laws? You can't do us like that. Because come the next years that you have to get in office, I guarantee you wouldn't do it. So if you want to come back, do the job we put out for you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Ms. Cushenberry, does that conclude the public comments? Thank you. Next on the agenda is the chairman's report. The board at a recent meeting requested that the chair assign a standing technology committee. So after soliciting interest from board members, the committee is as follows: David Stribinger, chair; Ingrid Boatwright, Dick Geyer, and Mark Shohan, administrative liaison. So Mr. Stribinger will be contacting you via Ms. Cushenberry to set up a mutual meeting time. And thank you for all of you that expressed interest in that committee. It was very much appreciated. We're now to the committee reports. The Ad Hoc Results Committee reporting will be Ms. Kathy Robai.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really have nothing to report tonight other than the committee plans to bring our recommendation to the full board on the first meeting in August. Thank you.
Thank you. The Finance Committee reporting by Dick Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a motion to bring before the board this evening, and I'd like Dr. Wisniewski, since she initiated this action, if she would make the motion, please.
Sure. So the motion is that the Finance Committee recommends to the full board a policy authorizing an annual carryover of district office student activity funds not exceeding the amount of the prior year's reserves or revenues, Technology use fees shall be used for technology repairs, student devices, and protective cover.
And I will second that motion.
All right. So the motion was made by Dr. Wisniewski and the second was made by Dick Geyer. Mr. William Smith?
So can you, Mrs. My question is for Dr. Wisniewski. Can you tell me what is your proposed what's your proposed use of? What's this motion basically represents?
Sure. So a little bit of background on this. The Finance Committee reviews the quarterly financial reports, and we had noticed over some time that an accumulation was occurring in the student activities account at the district level. It was reported by our CFO that that was predominantly stemming from technology use fees. And it was also recommended by Ms. Crosby that there be a policy to keep us from not exceeding the amount of the prior year, and also for us to tried to spend that down so that we don't accumulate that in the future. And it was my recommendation and also agreed upon at committee that those technology use fees should be put towards future technology repairs, student devices, and protective covers, so it can lower the cost of the technology refreshes that we have to do.
Thank you. Also, when it said that student activity funds, I was concerned because I know we have student activity funds that are at the school too, or is that not correct? Can I get some clarity on that?
Yes, this is strictly for the student activity funds at the district office level. So that
Okay.
when you look at the quarterly financial report, the very top line on the student activity funds would be the district office level. And then there also is individual school sites listed below and their fund balances.
Right. And there's no way, shape, or form that these two are attached to each other?
No, the district office fund is separate from the individual schools.
All right, Mr. Smith, we're going to go on to the next one. Mr. Mel Campbell.
So, clarity, you're saying that the amount of money that students are paying for use of technology is more than what we actually use during the course of a year overall. Is that what you're saying?
Good evening. Yes, in some respects, yes, sir. The technology repairs are approximately $200,000 annually, and the revenues this past year were $400,000. So the remainder we use in the technology category, whether it's replacing devices or providing protective covers. So it does not exceed the needs. So we do have needs for additional devices as we refresh them from year to year. But this can be used as an alternative funding source to help lower the borrowing through 8% funds. So, and we can more consistently budget it this way by predicting an annual revenue of $400,000 and an annual spending of $400,000. So we'll be capturing about $250,000 of the refresh that we would normally come to the board and request 8% borrowing with. We'll capture in our student activity funds to make sure those balances stay level and consistent and not begin to accumulate.
So I guess my question is, what was happening with these monies before?
They were accumulating in the account, and in 2020 we began to make sure that they were being spent in this account. Otherwise, the repairs were being, prior to that, were coded to the general fund.
Okay.
Mr. Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is something that Technology Committee will need to look at. And one of the things that I'm interested in is a refresh strategy. It's not prudent on refreshing technology to have a big buy every 3 years or so. It's more prudent to rotate your fleet, if you will, by spending about changing out 1/3 of your technology every year for 3 years. That way the money is spent on a more consistent basis. It also gives you an opportunity to stay ahead of the technology curve by having consistent upgrades rather than a big jump and upgrade every 3 years. So that's a technology committee issue that will be brought up. But this motion helps set a standard that will help make that happen and really manage our funds a little bit better than we have in the past. Thank you.
Would any board member like to speak that has not spoken thus far? Mr. Smith?
My question would be, should we possibly lower the technology fee? But yeah, what is our technology fee for students and for all students in the district?
That fee is $20.
And how do we students that can't afford it, how do we address them?
There is a waiver process that goes through an application and approval and eventually comes to the district level and is offered to students based on need.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair, I have some more to respond about the Finance Committee. We spoke about OE's 5.
Wait a sec, we need to first vote on this.
Oh, I'm
And then you
sorry.
get to
I'm sorry.
speak.
I
Okay.
jumped the gun.
Yes, thank you. All right, the question is called. So the motion is approved unanimously 9-0. So this motion will go to the, I think it would go to the, immediately to the policy committee to work the wording and then go into the policy manual. And then the technology committee can continue to investigate or this subject area. All right, now, Mr. Guy, are we ready for part 2?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. One last thing. We discussed the operational expectations and the approval process for that. And the committee really needs to know the will of the board as a whole on how you want to handle this. All these expectations, how they're approved, how they're coordinated. And this could be a very difficult or a very simple process. It could be very difficult if the policy committee had to review it and then go back to the board and then have a series of readings and so on. Or it could be very simple. And the very simple solution is we spent a lot of time saying what we wanted to have done. Dr. Rodriguez and the staff have given us their interpretation, their measurables, and that's frankly his business, his staff's business. And we don't need to really go in and wordsmith it and check it against policy and so on. But it's up to the board on how you want to handle these. I think Operations Committee has similar challenges with their OEs. So we need some guidance from the board, and maybe this is, I'm not thinking we should be talking about this in detail tonight, but perhaps in a work session, this be addressed, how we're going to do that. Perhaps sending a questionnaire out before the work session to get what each board member thinks should be done might be helpful. But this is a constant issue that we've been talking about in committee. Dr. Wisniewski, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, it actually was something that we discussed at policy committee the other day as well. And there was some other board members that sat in and gave their feedback on it. So I agree that it needs to be a conversation at the full board level where we get the will of the board. But there were some great ideas floated around. Madam Chair had a good one that seemed to have a good bit of support. So I agree with you that we should discuss it further.
I have nothing further from the Finance Committee.
What about the debt
Oh, I'm sorry.
But before you go on,
Yeah.
so we're going to be setting the agenda for our August business meetings and the work session. So that's that topic of how we're going to approve OEs seems like a good topic to have on the work session. Okay.
Okay, on the debt refunding opportunities, Crosby.
Good evening. So we have a document in board docs from Compass Municipal Advisors. This financial advisor began with the district on July 1 and brought forward just less than 2 weeks ago, 2 refunding opportunities that are available to the school district. These are required by board policy to be provided to the board, informed to the board whenever those opportunities are available. And it is in contractual, it is in the contract of our financial advisor as well. So the first one is 2014 B bonds. These bonds have a interest rate, they're eligible to be refinanced as a taxable advance refunding. That's a financial advisory term that's very technical, but they are due to call with a call date of March of 2024. The attached summary that was provided has a net savings of $1,052,690 with an estimated interest rate of 1.975 for the 13-year term that's remaining. Since then, there has been some indication, I think there was an email that went to board members, that there may be a possibility of a lower interest rate. Another Spartanburg district received a similar refinancing and recently, and it was at a rate of 1.58%. So at a 1.58% versus the one in 1.9, we could experience as much as $1.5 million of savings. So that is significant, and it's definitely something that we want to bring forward for consideration by the board. Also, the recommendation is to sell those bonds this August of 2021. Series 2012 bonds are also eligible for refinancing. Net savings is estimated at $137,000 with an assumed fixed interest rate of 1% for a 2-year term. These are much shorter term bonds, so the interest rate will be different. And they do, financial advisor does recommend selling those refunding bonds in January of 2022. And of course, both are subject to any interest rate changes. So I'm not asking for any kind of motion this evening. These will be brought forward with bond resolutions on August 3rd with more discussion available. And so the financial advisor, Mr. Nurek, will be here in person on August 3rd and available to answer any questions you may have. You can review the materials and the data here, and then we'll have that available for you for your discussion on August 3rd. Additionally, one last thing, Mr. Nurek is offering some small mini session items. I mentioned this at the Finance Committee. For any board members who are interested, he is going to be in town on August 2nd, the day before the board meeting, and there's an opportunity for 1-hour mini sessions, educational sessions, if you're interested, anywhere from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. He can meet here at the district office on Hilton Head and Bluffton, or virtually, whichever you feel comfortable with. If you are interested, please contact Robin Cushenberry, and we will set up a schedule, and they will just kind of get you up to speed. And for those that may not be able to attend, some of the same information will also be discussed at the August 27th work session. So we'll have an opportunity to see it there as well. Sometimes it's nice to see, hear it once, and then it reiterates and sort of sinks in a little better the second or third time you hear something. So anyway, those are offerings, and I wanted to bring forward, and that's all I have for this evening.
So we have some questions. Mr. Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This refinancing is the same thing you do when you refinance your house for a lower interest rate, and we're going to save over $1 million by doing these. So the details will come down. You'll get a full briefing. I also want to point out, this is what a financial advisor is supposed to do and what was not done by the previous financial advisor. Well, thank you for bringing that up.
Ms. Robine?
Yes, it's great to see this and this refinancing. My question was just the 2014 B bonds. recommending that we sell them in August. Is a vote on August 3rd soon enough to ensure that we take advantage of this, or do we need to put forward a vote tonight?
We're recommending to bring it forward on August 3rd, and then it will take 3 weeks to secure the interest rate following that. So that's the earliest possible moment we can move forward with
Okay,
it.
I just didn't want to miss out because
Yes.
I wanted it to be ready to go. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby.
Now that concludes the Finance Committee's report.
Thank you, Colonel Guyer. All right, now we are down to the superintendent's report. Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Guads. At the agenda setting meeting, there was a request for an update on when student data would be available from the state assessments in the spring. And so any data regarding student performance from the state on state assessments or graduation rates or any of that won't be available until September. All of that is embargoed up until September. The next item on the superintendent's report is the fiscal responsibility. Ms. Crosby. Ms. Crosby is also in fiscal responsibility. She's going to walk through the monthly transparency report, the monthly 100K report, and the board's monthly budget. And then the last item in the superintendent's report is the ESSER update that we'll be providing on the second meeting of every month. Because July only has 1 month, we're obviously doing it tonight, and Ms. Crosby will walk us through that. So she'll just roll one right into the other when you all are finished with them. Okay, thank you.
All right. So this evening, we have brought forward the purchases and/or contracts $100,000 and over for the month of May. So this is one of the policies of the board to monitor and provide oversight over the finances of the school district. This is one methodology, one report that we bring forward, and we bring it in both a consolidated and a detailed format. So what you see before you is, I believe, the detailed version on the screen. One thing I want to point out, most of the transactions are pretty standard for monthly transactions, utilities, benefits, and some of our construction contracts that are undergoing through referendum projects, as well as food service contract. I did, since the board meeting was about a week earlier than it normally is this month, we were unable to provide the contract amendments that are generally at the very bottom of the report. So we're going to bring those forward so we'll provide the May contract amendments to be included on the June report next month. So I just wanted to point that out. And we weren't able to capture all of that. That does take some coordination with the facilities office as well. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions on these reports.
There being none, you can go on to the next.
The board monthly budget report. And again, this is the June report, reported as of July 8th. We are still accruing back transactions that services or goods or services that were received or performed before June 30th, we would, and paid in July, we would accrue back to the previous fiscal year since those services were expended in prior years. So this month we will bring, this is your June report, so we should be beginning to bring your new fiscal year report next month. Okay, and transparency report is the final report. Again, that's a detail of every transaction in the school district. The ones you've seen before were 100,000 and above. The transparency report is on our website, and it is available for the public. We have put it out there monthly, and it shows every transaction paid by the district from $0 and up.
I think we're ready for the
Okay.
SR report.
All right. Well, this is our first official ESSER funds report. Let me make sure I have my right version here. Latest and greatest. I want to give some credit to Terry Bennett. Mr. Bennett is behind me and has attended this evening. Mr. Bennett is the Director of Grants Management and has been heavily involved in the ESSER funding allocations, helping to consolidate and compile the information, attending technical assistance meetings with the state. We've been quite busy, I can tell you, over the course of the last year with so many rules, so many allocations, so many things to do, and making sure it's implemented accurately and monitoring that. So I do want to thank him publicly for that, and the team in the grants office. We've worked very hard to make sure that things are done appropriately and in complying with the state and federal government. So I'm going to start with the first slide, supplemental federal funds. We have 4 major funding sources that have been indicated that we would have received or will receive over the course. This has all come in the past year. So the CARES Act funds in green are technically not ESSER funds, but I wanted to make sure that I showed you the full picture of federal funding that the district has been allocated and the level of spending that's occurred over the last 12 months. So even though these are ESSER updates, I'll just always make sure to keep those in the forefront as well. The state CARES Act are technically state funds that are passed through the federal, they're federal pass-through grants. So in all, what we've expended so far is $8.6 million in a period of 12 months. And those are on a variety of programs and services provided to the district. And so it's been a pretty sizable task as we have been through in the last year, and are looking forward to implementing the program offerings and services going through the next few years. So the next slide is a summary of the 3 major ESSER funds, 1, 2, and 3. The first set of funds were $4.9 million. Those funds were distributed by the state, and we're in the process of expending, and they expire in September of 2022. Everything's on a federal funding year, which is on September 30th. ESSER 2 is $22.7 million. That plan has been submitted and recently approved as of March 26th, and we are currently in the process of spending. Expiration date is 2023. And then finally, ESSER 3 funding, which is also the American Rescue Plan Act. That's the most recent act that has been approved. We have not received an actual approval, but we have received an allocation as of April 30th. So those are relatively new to us. And we're pending an application, preparing the application for that. As of today, you can tell how frequently things change when it comes to these funds. We have been received a letter from the State Department of Education that there was an error made by the state on all of the district's allocation amounts, and we've received an extra $36,000 in our allocation as of today. So the amount before you is actually now $50,976,622. So that shows how it's just ever changing, but we can adjust to that and move forward. So again, 2/3 of the advanced funding has been provided to the district in the form of a grant award, not in the form of cash. So these are on an application basis, all of them. We spend in advance, and 3 months later on a quarterly basis, we claim the funds and then get approval and receive the reimbursement. So it may take 4 to 5 months sometimes from the beginning of the quarter to the end of the repayment. Moving on to the next slide of the CARES Act funds, just briefly, was $3.6 million. There's several different pieces of information on this slide, and you've seen this before, the pie chart of the different categories, but primarily these were the largest portion of these were immediately used to pay for, one, the LEAP program, the hotspots. We used it to pay for technology devices in K through 2, academic recovery camps, which were in the summer, last summer, and PPE and enhanced sanitation. So those were it's basically a recovery effort on these. 95% of the funds have been spent. We have a small amount remaining, and those are due to be spent. They expired September of 2021, which is just in a couple of months, and so we're on track to fully expend those with no issue. And learning loss, I want to point out in this, is it's 65% of the allocation. We have budgeted in areas for learning loss that amount to 65%. ESSER 1 funds are an allocation of $4.9 million. These are primarily in a large portion in technology devices. They were the devices approved back in February by the board for K through 2. We have some academic recovery camps, continuing those camps and the expenditures for those. Again, PPE began to at a smaller amount. We did receive some major state allocations of PPE equipment from the state, and so as you move through each funding source, you'll see a reduction in the PPE costs. Learning loss is at a percentage of 64%. So budgeted for learning loss is 64% of this allocation. We have one more year to spend these funds, and it's primarily one of the main ongoing costs of this fund is summer school and summer reading camp. So this year's summer reading camp and summer school are being funded in this ESSER 1. ESSER 2 funds, $22.7 million. Those were just allocated in March of 2026. We received final approval of of our application, and learning loss amounts to 57% of this allocation. There is a larger portion. 29% of this is actually allocated as a transfer to the general fund. So indirect cost is a terminology we use to say that grant funding a portion of our grant funding can be used to transfer it to the general fund to cover administrative costs of administering the grant. So in this fund, we were allowed the unrestricted indirect cost rate of 27%, when the previous ESSER funds were only allowed a 4%, our restricted rate of 4%. So the later funds have the opportunity for a larger share of the grant funding to be transferred to support our general fund budget. And that general fund budget had, and of course these are over a period of 3 years, so you won't see all 6.5 million in 1 year. It's over a course of multiple years, and it's only a percentage of what you actually spend in that fund. So, we did budget in the general fund for an accumulation of federal fund transfers due to ESSER funds, and that did help support our general fund budget this year. So, also these funds expire in 2023. And they also include the continuation of the summer school and summer reading program. And it's okay. And so let's move on to ESSER 3, also known as American Recovery Plan Act. There was actually, I think, the previous slide, if we could go back one, I think, yeah. The allocation was received April 30th. And so the deadline for the application is August 24th. That application status is in progress. And there are 15 eligible categories. These are just a few of the major major areas. They are the same as ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 requirements. So they include, include all of the requirements that are in ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. So they address learning loss, they provide professional development, they allow for the purchase of educational technology, returning face-to-face safely, planning and implementing summer learning and after-school programs, mental health services, enhancing sanitation efforts, and addressing indoor air quality issues, to name a few. So we do have 3 full school years to be able to utilize these funds. They must be COVID related, and they are a non-recurring funding source. So beyond the 3-year period unless extended or waived in some way, they will expire. And the phases of the ESSER granting process, just wanted to walk you through that very briefly. There is a grant award, we call it a GAN, Grant Award Notification, and we have received that on ESSER 3, all of the others plus ESSER 3. Again, the ESSER 3 grant award is only 2/3 of the allocation at this time, so at some later date we should receive the remaining third notification. And public input is required. So there are 2 major things, elements of public input that are required of ESSER 3, which is unique from the prior ESSER funds. And so I'll review those on the next slide. But before we go there, phase 3 is the planning and preparation. So we utilize the public input to plan and prepare our grant submission. Then we prepare the actual grant application and submit it by the August 24th, excuse me. And then comes the implementation. We begin to administer the programs, implement the programs that are included in the application. And then finally, the claims and monitoring process is phase 6. So 2 major components of ESSER 3, 2 major requirements are the public input of the actual uses of our ESSER 3 funds and public input on the reopening plan, which is required of the federal government. So although the district has reopened, there are certain elements of how you will re-enter schools in the 21-22 school year that we had to identify and get public input on. And so on the ESSER uses, we did a Survey Monkey, and there were 3 questions that requested some level of prioritization. Which of these things are most important to you? And then the remainder of the questions were, the remaining question was an open-ended response of things that they wish to see the district spend on programs, services, supplies, etc. And so this survey was developed. There were certain required categories of stakeholders that were included and required, but we enhanced that by adding on a few of our own. So principals, teachers, students, parents, the general public. We included district administration, and then we sent out specific emails with links to the survey with ecumenical partners, faith-based leaders, and our community partners. 3,337 surveys were responded to. Parents were 1,769, 274 students, 171 community members, teachers of 1,092, and principals of 31. So we did have, I feel it's a pretty healthy response and does give us a wide variety of information. Some of the common themes in this, in the responses were specifically learning loss, to address the learning loss during the pandemic, tutoring, after-school programs, providing more professional development in a variety of areas, addressing the needs of highly vulnerable populations of students, and educational technology. The second survey we did had a smaller turnaround time for us. There were 10 open-ended questions on various topics that helped us build the reopening plan for next school year. It involved the use of masks, social distancing, sanitation, accommodations for students with disabilities, etc. There were a number of categories. And we communicated it by, on the district website, there was a slider on the homepage that was visible on the very front of the homepage of the website, through social media, Facebook, other avenues, emails to families via Bright Arrow, which is our messenger system to parents, emails to all employees, and emails to our community partners. And these were all done in English and in Spanish. We received this, again, I mentioned this was a tight turnaround. We received, once we received information, we have technical assistance sessions with the State Department of Education, and they tell us what the requirements are of the grants. Once we were informed of the requirements, we had about a 2-week turnaround to be able to get the surveys out and provide the reopening plan by the deadline of June 24th. So the ESSER 3 reopening plan was required to go out by June 24th, and that is in the process of approval at this time. And the reopening plan is on their website, and I will mention that in just a moment under a transparency slide, but I just wanted to mention that we did have very good response despite the short turnaround. We had 1,418 responses, the majority of which were parents. 913 were parents. Not as many students. We are in the summer, so it's a little more difficult to communicate with our student population over the summer. So some of the common themes of the responses were very mixed, I have to say. So some were very interested in continuing the enhanced sanitation efforts. Most actually were interested in continuing those efforts. There were questions about vaccinations, whether they be required or not required. A lot of questions came out of that, and we understand that we accept that there are a number of questions on there that we can have either been answered through the reopening plan, or we can do a set of frequently asked questions and then provide responses to those. And we'll show you in just a moment that where we'll offer that as well. COVID protocols. Some were very interested in relaxing protocols and getting more back to normal. Some were very still concerned and in favor of masks or the ability to have an option to wear masks. Smaller class sizes were mentioned as an alternative or as an option for students. Some were very interested in returning to eat in the cafeteria, something so simple as being able to socialize a little bit, and I think that our students are missing that some. But yet there's still some concerns about being so close in proximity to other students, so we have to take those things into consideration. And then offering virtual learning option was mentioned, and as well as providing mental health supports for students and for staff on a continuing basis as we emerge from the pandemic. So very split responses. Didn't want to sway you to one side or the other to make you believe that everything was, definitely moving in one direction. There's still a lot of different opinions about how we should move forward with reopening in the future. So transparency. So we have committed to doing monthly presentations like this one to the board and to the community. The Finance Committee met last Thursday and actually expressed a request or a desire to have the presentation come first to the Finance Committee and then to the full board. And so we'll plan on doing that. Usually the Finance Committee, since it's the second Thursday of the month, does come before the second board meeting, so we can easily bring it forward to both meetings. And the major thing that we've been working on is the website. So thanks to Candace's group and Susan Lynch and Kristen Casper, and they've been a huge help on helping us get up a section of the website. So under district of the website, and I think you can also go through the finance area, there is a federal programs link on the left side. When you click on that, it's going to take you to two potential links. One is Title I, and the other is ESSER funding. And so if you click on ESSER funding, right now you're going to see two more links, but we're going to add a third. And one is State Department of Education. It's a link to the State Department of Education inside of that, and it offers all the details of ESSER 1, 2, and 3 funding. Also is another category. It lists the eligible activities of the funding sources. And the third area, which is currently not visible but will be as soon as this presentation is complete this evening, we will be posting the monthly presentations that you just saw this evening to the website. And any other reporting that may be available, Mr. Bennett says that he has already been providing information on the federal program section of the website, so we'll be rearranging it a little bit, but making sure that it's all out there. And so that'll be the opportunity for the other one is the reopening plan. The reopening plan is in that section as well. So finally, the next steps we will be undertaking, we're going to be reviewing the feedback of all the public input, compiling the information, prioritizing some things because we are going to have more requests than funding, and then we will prepare the application and submit it by the deadline of August 24th. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We have some members who would like to ask questions or comment. Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple questions. One, or most of them, are stemming from slide 6. The transfer to the general fund, you said that's like approximately 27% that's being allocated essentially as an administrative cost of the grant.
Yes.
So my question is, that's for the transfer to the general fund for the 2021-2022 school year, correct?
Actually, no.
Or does that?
It's based on the spending, so it's a 3-year grant. It can be spent in FY 21, 22, and 23. So it's a percentage of the spending in ESSER funds. So if we're spending money on after school of $1 million, this fiscal year, we can take 27%, then we do a recorded entry that takes 27% of that amount and transfers to the general fund.
Okay, so it's that 6.5 million is spread out essentially
It's
throughout
spread out
those
over
3 years.
multiple years. Yes.
Okay. And then also I see on other sides for learning loss that kind of is combined with different, academic recovery camps, summer school, and things like that. But on slide 6 is just 57% learning loss. So what does that encompass exactly? I mean, is that encompassing summer school programs?
Any academic programs that are going on in the district, yes.
Yeah.
So after school programs, tutoring, summer school programs. Mr. Bennett, do you think of anything else specifically? Virtual school as well.
I'm just thinking for communication purposes to the constituents, I think it would be beneficial if we had those broken out, or the different allocations of what that 57% learning loss is being used for, because it's a very large chunk of the money. And I think my last question is, when I go to the timeline or the additional steps to be taken, I know we've done surveys of the public and the community, and throughout this, it's all been a very fluid situation, but I don't believe the board has looked at any of the applications prior to them being submitted to the state. And I think it would be nice to see those prior to, and I don't know if we can see them at the August board meeting. I trust you all know the best usage, but I think as a board member, it would be beneficial for us to put some eyes on it before it gets sent. Is that possible?
I yield to Dr. Rodriguez on that one.
Yeah, I'm wondering, what I'd like is some time after the fact to be in there, right? Because,
Right, like if the August, is it August 3rd?
Yeah.
Next board meeting, and then it's due by August 24th.
Right.
That gives some time, obviously,
right.
for feedback from the board.
Right, that's the so I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. So I mean, it's fine by me. I just want us to have the time to react. So August 3rd,
Right.
that's fine. I think we'll have time to react to that.
Yeah, I think you guys have a very comprehensive plan. I just like to kind of know a little bit more about
Yeah,
it prior to
for
it going
sure.
to the
No,
state.
for sure. To me, the main thing for me is that we have time to react from what the board says. So the 3rd seems fine to me. I think we'll have that time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's
I
all.
do have some concerns about the timing of that. That would mean we'd have to finish the work within the next 2 weeks to have
Okay.
documents to the board before the 3rd. So that is pretty tight time frame for
Okay.
us, and I'm not certain of
Okay,
our
thank
ability
you,
to
Tanya.
comply
I
with that. We
appreciate it.
still need to meet and prioritize and that sort of thing. So
Okay. We'll take it back and we'll see what we can do for that. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. William Smith?
Some of my concerns are,
Mr. Smith, we're not able to hear you well. You sound kind of muffled.
how about now?
Better.
Okay.
Better.
Okay, thank you. Some of my my first question is how will the board people just to actually to tail back to piggyback off where Dr. Wineski just left off? What will be to how will the board be provided input to the survey and when?
I think the question. Can you repeat the question? You're still very hard to understand. The quality of your voice has changed dramatically from previous comments that you made. Are you on a different speaker? Because something is definitely very different now.
I had. Can you hear me now?
Oh, it's totally different now. That's back to where you were.
Okay. Yeah. I'm having some problems with my computer, so I have to make do with my devices. But and in that same perspective, basically, my question is, how will the board be provided? How will the board provide input to the survey?
I think one question I would have, I'm not sure the answer to it, but did the board receive the survey? So the board received the survey that you could have participated in that survey.
My other question was going to be, when will the board see the survey? Because I don't remember seeing the survey. And I think I've stated that before.
Is it possible, Dr. Bruder, to resend the survey to one individual? So we'll get the survey sent to you again, and then you can see it and fill it out.
And then also, I'll go ahead and ask this question. Let it go. Why was the board not given the opportunity for input?
That's the survey. The board does have opportunity to input through in the survey as well. I mean, that's one method for input.
Okay. Well, also, in Mrs. Crosby's response, survey responses, it has parents, it has students, it has community, it has teachers, and it has principals. And I just noticed that on page 11, they don't have board members, and board members are the trustee. We are the trustees, and money, any type of money is one of our main responsibilities. And this is a lot of money.
I would suspect that the board is probably listed under community on that, on those responses would be my guess. If the board received the survey, your responses are captured in that number.
Well, all due respect, Dr. Rodriguez, I would just say that if we put teachers and principals down there and parents, I think that board members should have somewhere too, to where that we do have some type of stake and say in this district. I do think that should be transparent in this report. So once again, I just will ask, when will board members be given the opportunity for input?
Well,
That's all.
The board has received opportunity for input. You received the survey, that was the opportunity for input right there. That's an example of opportunity for input.
I just stated I never received it.
Well, that doesn't mean the board didn't receive it. It was sent out, so we can specifically send it to you if you didn't get it, so that, if you're saying you didn't get it, be happy to send it to you again, and then we'll follow up to make sure you got it.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Vidrich.
Thank you, Dr. Glotz. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Bennett. Thank you, Ms. Crosby. This is a lot to keep track of, and it's a topic that's really important to the community. A lot of questions about it. So earlier in your presentation, Ms. Crosby, when you were on page 3, you said it takes 4 to 5 months to get repayment. So just a question about that process. So are we having any difficulty covering it on the front end and then waiting for repayment? Or is that becoming a problem at all?
It's not currently a problem due to the timing of our tax revenue, but there will be some issues in the fall, and we're going to address that. I'm going to be back at the podium in just a few minutes for another topic, and that's the tax anticipation note. So in our projections of cash flows, we incorporated not only the general fund spending, but which is just the general operations of the district, which is mostly teacher salaries and principal salaries and other materials, but also we incorporated these funds and any other major grants that we've received recently, the MSAP grant, also the math science, I don't remember the acronym, but the MSAP grant, it was a significant grant that the school district received as well. We made sure to incorporate all of that cash flow spending inside of our projections. And so each one of those is a 3-month, like you spend in July, August, September. You apply by, say, October 15th, and you might receive by November 15th. So that presents a problem in the fall. And so we are requesting, you're going to receive, despite a year ago, our fund balance was able to grow some point because of being closed in the spring of the prior year. And so despite the elevated fund balance, our spending now due to the federal funding is such that we are keeping the tax anticipation note the same or similar amount. So we're anticipating the need for $15 million of short-term funding just to hold us over until tax revenues come in. So we'll borrow in August and then repay in the February, March timeframe, repay that back as soon as the tax revenues come in.
Mr. Mel Campbell.
Yeah, got some of the same concerns, but first of all, learning loss and chunk of monies that's unspent, like $21 million in ESSER 2, I think. Got another $50 million in ESSER 3, and there's nothing defined in terms of how we're going to spend that money. And from what I'm hearing, you saying we have maybe a month and a half to submit plans on how it's going to be spent. And all of the inclination that we've gotten has been from finance perspective on how it's going to be spent. And if it's going to address learning loss and some of the other academic end of it, we haven't heard an academic approach. And I'm concerned about that in terms of where we're going, how we're going to spend. One of my constituents labeled it a boatload of money. How are we going to spend that boatload of money and enhance the academics and cover some of the learning loss? Even the presentation that we received relative to academics did not really address learning loss. And and our concern about learning loss. So I'm anxious to see what that, as Rachel says, what that's going to look like. And I'm not concerned about seeing it before you submit it. I just want to see it to make sure that you're covering the spirit of the law, which I'm sure they have oversight at different areas. Look at what you're submitting. Learning loss is it's a big concern of mine, and how we spending this money.
Would any board member who has not spoken like to speak? Mr. Smith?
I just want to also say, yes, that's actually Mr. Campbell brought up my next point. Was I have a lot of community members or my constituents members have been asking me exactly what is the district's plan, and do we have it somewhere that it could be spelled out clear as day how we intend to attack not just the spending of the money, but where and what outlets are we putting that money into to recoup the learning lost, as well as are we involving other entities within the community or community centers or other entities to help assist in the recouping of the and recouping of the learning loss that our students may have had. So that is a very a question that is asked every time people see me, or people call me and ask that. So that people would definitely like to see a strategic plan, exactly where we're going at, how we're spending the money, and how we intend to close the gap in terms of spending of this funding. And also when it comes to the Americans Act money, there is an executive order from the president that was on January 20, 2021. It is under 13985 executive order. I think everyone on the board should possibly take a look at that executive orders, because it spells out a lot of different things in this. I know when it comes to the African American community, it also talks about it talks about the African American community, but it also talks about people in the poverty area. How are we targeting to spend this money to close the achievement gaps in that area? And I've had a lot of people who have been asking me that. So I think that these are things also that the community would like to see moving forward in our transparency for months and months to come. And I'll just leave it there. And also I'll just say one last thing. We're running crunch time. We're running crunch time on the 30th to bring it back to the board. My question is, why wasn't the board, even though we weren't sure of maybe the date, but why wasn't the board involved as stakeholders before now, or having to feel that they're being rushed to give input and talk back with the community? When I'm sure that the staff or the superintendent knew, or he was kind of aware of a time frame that would be coming up, because it's very hard to work within a crunch time. I do understand that, but the community and the stakeholders do have the right to understand what's going on in the district when it comes to these funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya, and thank you to your staff and Terry Bennett for the presentation. You can stay right there.
Okay, move on to the tax anticipation note. So this evening, there are two documents in board docs. One is projected cash flows. The top row, I know this is almost impossible to see on the top row, but I'll just kind of explain what this is revenue by major categories. So on the far left, it's every month of the fiscal year for the 21-22 school year. We have a beginning balance, fund balance of $44.7 million. Each of the columns represents local, state, and federal funding, and ESSER funding is the last white column right before the total revenues on the right-hand side. So total revenues average, we really want to look at mostly July through December. So that's the critical area and time frame in which the school district exceeds revenue or expenses exceed the revenues and exhaust all of the fund balance reserves. So the revenues in the July through December category range from 4 to 12 million. So if you take an average of those, it's about 7.5 million, for example. Just for sake of just conversation. Then the table below that is our spending. So again, from July through June, and in every major category, our salaries are the primary category with over 80% of our budget expended in the area of salaries and benefits. And then ESSER spending is listed as well, and total expenses and our cumulative net cash flow. So our average spending per month is about $22 million. Our average revenue per month in that time frame is $7.5 million. So there's a deficit, monthly deficit of about $14 million. So we begin July 1 with a $45 million reserve or fund balance, and you begin to deplete that each month by 14 million, 14 million, 14 million. And it only lasts about 3 months before we start to go in the red. So the cumulative CF is cumulative cash flow, and you begin in October to start to feel the impact of that deficit, and you begin to fall into the red. Then in November, that fund balance falls deeper with the low point estimated to be about $15 million. And so that is the reason for the need for that, the TAN. It's a tax anticipation note. We are anticipating the tax revenues coming in December and January. So we have an inflow of cash temporarily. It's kind of a cash line, an instant credit line, sort of. We borrowed this for many, many years in the district, and it is repaid shortly after the new year, and in order as quickly as possible in order to minimize our interest costs. So I have Franny Heiser on the call today as well on Zoom. So if I can't answer any questions, she'll be available as well. So we're looking for this evening for the approval of the bond resolution for issuance of a tax anticipation note in the amount of $15 million.
Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very, very important chart. And I don't need to tell you why. We recently got our budget approved by the county council by a 6-5 vote, I believe it was. 7-4 vote. 7-4 vote. The people that voted against it said that it was too much because we had sufficient reserves to not need that full amount, that we could draw down our reserves, our fund balance. So this shows you why our fund balance, in my opinion, is too low, not too high. That we have to borrow money and pay interest on that money. And that's money that could be better spent on education and student services and so on. The county councilman that made this biggest point said that, there's just no need to have a fund balance that high. This is a county council who has a county fund balance of what percentage?
I don't have that.
But it's north of 30%. Is that not correct?
I'm not certain. I would hate to quote.
Okay, all right. It's significant. They don't have to get a tax anticipation note. I do know that. They have sufficient fund balance to pay for all their expenses because they have the same kind of revenue stream that we do. And they don't have to borrow any money. So this is really, really important. And why? Because you think, well, they approved the budget, so move on. They haven't approved the millage rate yet. What the tax rate will be to the public. They set that millage rate based on an estimate of what revenues that particular millage rate will bring to the school district. That estimate has many variables. One of the biggest variable is how many people are going to change their home owner status from second homeowner to primary homeowner. You don't know what that's going to be. That changes year to year. They also make that estimate based on commercial property values. Now, homeowner values are going up, and that's good news for our debt service, because that means that the assessed value is going to be higher, so a millage rate that stays the same is probably going to generate plenty of money to take care of our debt issues, not problem. But what they also don't know, another variable, they don't know how many of those companies are in business now. All you have to do is still drive through storefronts in this county and see vacant storefronts. They aren't generating any taxes. That's another variable. We base our variable, that this is what our millage that we recommend to the county is based on what that millage rate brought us last year. And then we add a percentage of growth in there. So that's one variable. Our projected millage rate, since I've been on this board, has been much more accurate than what the county says that the millage rate's going to be. I am very concerned that when millage is set, they're going to say, well, you've got reserves, so we can drop the millage rate that the school district recommends to what we think, based on our estimate, it's going to be. Now, it's a flawed process, and it doesn't realize it. Yeah, you can use your fund balance to recover for any differences that we make. But that's just a self-licking ice cream cone. You just get it all the time. We've got to stop that. We've got to stop that. So when this comes up, I'm going to be sitting there in the county council meeting, and if they start to drop the millage below what we feel we need to achieve the tax rate that they approved, I'm going to point some fingers at people that are giving the wrong information about our reserve and our fund balance. There's another thing that you need to think about. I sat in 2 years ago with the Moody's folks that were looking at our credit rating. We have a credit rating of AA1. And they went down the items that they evaluate us on. And everything was good. I mean, except for one item. And that one item was the need to get a tax anticipation note every year. He said, that's a problem. Now, that being a problem, now we've always paid it off, and so that's not a negative thing. But when you have to borrow money to make expenses, that's a negative. If we could not have to do that, there's a possibility that we could have a AAA bond rating. And a AAA bond rating means we get a better interest rate. Now you say, well, we got a really good interest rate now, but interest rates will go up. It's the business cycle continues to go, and interest rates will increase, and we're going to need a AAA credit rating. There's only one school, or one district rather, that has a AAA rating. That's Greenville.
Yes, sir.
Greenville. And it's because they have all these huge companies there that pay a lot of taxes. But we could be the second if we could not have negatives on our credit report, and that is their big negative. So this is very important. This chart is very important to keep in mind and to tell constituents that don't buy the topic that we have plenty of reserves, because we don't have plenty of reserves. If we did, we wouldn't need to borrow money every year. Thank you.
Mr. Stripinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board authorize the issuance of a not exceeding $15 million tax anticipation note, Series 2021, taxable or tax exempt, of the school district of Beaufort County, South Carolina, authorizing the sale of said note to the South Carolina Association of Government Organizations pursuant to the terms of its TAN program, prescribing the terms and conditions under which the note may be issued, providing for the form of the note, providing for the payment thereof, authorizing certain officials of the school district to determine certain matters relating to the note and other matters relating thereto.
I second that.
All right, Mr. Stripinger made the motion, and second was made by Tricia Fidrich. So do you want to speak some more, David?
No, we're just authorizing this note. I mean, I think Tanya showed us why we need it. So let's vote on it.
Okay. Ms. Boatright?
I feel kind of bad because this isn't directly related to the motion, but I agree with Colonel Geyer 100%. The other thing is, and I was at a presentation at Hilton Head today, and I don't have an answer for this. They are redoing the business license now, where if you rent your home a couple months a year, say you have a primary home on, say, Hilton Head, and in the summer you go to Maine and you rent your house out, you have to get a business license. So my understanding is all those houses will get reclassified as 6%, even if they're owner occupied. Have you heard that, or does anyone have any thoughts on that?
Haven't heard that.
It was a new thing that just came out. Rachel has a thought.
The treasurer is going to be at the ad hoc Bluffton committee meeting coming up, and that would probably be a good question to ask her about how things are classified and whether or not that would be the case.
Because I would think if you are required to have a business license for your home, that you would then be disqualified from being considered 4%. Anyway, something to follow up on, not related to the motion.
Yeah, so we need to stay on topic here. Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have just two questions. One is was February 2021 the last time we did a TAN, or it was the beginning of this year?
We did one in February, and that was the $80 million TAN due to the tax bill delay.
Right. And then I was just looking at, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because the ESSER funds are included in this now this time, which is unprecedented. And based on my rough calculations, it would have been 4.5 million earlier that we would have had to go out for this TAN if we didn't have the ESSER funds. So I just wanted to make that point known, that we would have had to ask for this even sooner and close in time to that February one. Right.
So my question is along sort of those same lines. So as I recall, yeah, the 80 million was this spring, and I think last time this year, I believe it was a 14 million TAN.
14.3, yes.
Yeah, and then I think the year prior, though, it was lower than that, like 8.
I think it was 14 the
Okay.
year prior, and then I think we had 8 the year prior to that.
So pretty, I'm just kind of,
Yeah.
It's
hard,
fairly similar.
It all is dependent on the amount of fund balance and then the amount of these additional funds. So had we not had the ESSER funds, we do have a slightly higher fund balance due to savings in the first pandemic year. So we would have borrowed less, but due to the fact that we have these, we're going to be spending more. So as a result.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
I definitely do agree with what was just said between Dr. Wadesky and Dr. Watts. With saying that, in terms of this motion, before we go out and do this, I think I was taught that my mom taught me that you budget, and when you budget, you intend to spend less. And I'm not sure. I mean, it's just so many times that we come back to the board and we ask them to get TANs, and for once, I want to see that we budget and we show where we're trying to save, and then come in and say that we need a TAN, and especially with us getting the ESSER money, I'm real concerned that that this may not be needed at this time. So once again, it is a concern of mine, and I think that I would like to see that I would like to see us budget before coming and asking for money and cutting a little bit of the fat and demand versus want. I think I would like to see that play out first. Thank you.
I'll ask, thank you, Dr. Wisniewski and Mr. Smith to lower their hands. Thank you. All right, the question is called. The motion is approved for the $15 million TAN. 8-1, the one no is, I can't see.
It's Mr. Smith.
Mr. William Smith. Thank you, Tanya, and also thank you to Franny. I saw you joined us, but we didn't have the need to ask you anything, but thanks for joining us.
All right.
All right, next on the agenda are future agenda topics, so please raise your electronic hand. Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to provide a little bit of context. Some of us attended the Beaufort Chamber event recently where our legislative delegation was, and there was a brief conversation had about operating levies. And I know that Frank might have a little bit of understanding of these and how they worked in Florida, but in Florida, school districts can have an operating levy that helps to support special programs, teacher pay, safety and security initiatives. And so there was a brief conversation had about speaking with our delegation about pursuing that as an option in South Carolina and if they would support that. And there was some positive indications from those preliminary conversations. So I'd like to discuss that further. I'm not sure how that looks because I know we have a legislative committee, I believe. So,
okay, thank you. And I would say fiscal autonomy. I spoke about that at that same chamber meeting, and I really think that's something that we need to pursue, and the time is right now. And so that's my input for future agenda topic. There being no further hands up, we'll go on to announcements. Do you have any announcement, Dr. R?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Okay. We do not have any second public comments submitted. Dr. R?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do have something I want to say. Last week we had a storm, a pretty significant storm that came through, and that storm did impact certainly our community in Port Royal and in northern Beaufort County quite a bit. And we did have some damage on one of our facilities at Port Royal with a lot of trees down, some playground equipment, some fencing, roofing, issues as a result of that storm. But I do want to take a moment and recognize our maintenance team who was on the ground right away, working hard to make sure that the building was safe, was secure, taking debris out. And so some of that work still continues, but because of their efforts and because of their work, we were able to turn around and be ready for Monday morning for our kids to come back to school. So we certainly appreciate their work and their efforts, and I want to take a moment and recognize them.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, speaking of future topics, I do have a future topic. I've had several parents to ask me how will it work next year, about will students be able to still come to come virtually? And so we could have an update on that. That would be it would be very appreciative, because I've had several parents that have contacted me and asked me, will we be offering virtual, or where does the district stand on that as of next year?
All right. So now the board needs to go back into executive session to finish the discussion. And then we'll come back out with any action as necessary or appropriate. Good evening. Welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education Business Meeting of July 13, 2021. The board has just come out of executive session and we are now back in public session. The Vice Chair Mel Campbell, do we have any action as appropriate or necessary coming out of executive session?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have some action. And first, I move that the Board of Education approve the purchase of scholastic literacy instructional materials for English language arts core instruction of students in grade K through 6, inclusive of annual consumable instructional materials, software, training and ongoing professional development for teachers, school leaders, district instructional personnel, and designated school personnel for services for Beaufort County School District for a total cost of $1,830,938 from ESSER funding for a 6-year term and authorize Dr. Rodriguez to execute the contract.
Okay. Kathy Robine seconded the motion made by Mr. Mel Campbell. Any discussion? Mr. Smith?
Yes, Madam Chair. At this time, the data has not convinced me that iReady, as it is currently being used, has not convinced me that it has effect in our district, and especially within certain departments. So,
Mr. Smith, we're discussing Scholastic, not iReady. The current motion is.
this will go with both of them, with Scholastic and iReady.
You need to be discussing the motion on the table. So this is Scholastic.
Okay. Well,
you have
when it comes to
Scholastic, sir.
Okay. When it comes to Scholastic, the data, I'm not convinced. Also, the data has not convinced me, nor has the information. And there's still questions out there that I need answers. So therefore, I cannot support this motion today. Thank you.
All right. There being no further hands up, the question is called. The motion is approved. 8-1. The one no is Mr. Smith. Continue, Mr. Campbell.
All right. Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve the purchase of the iReading/Curriculum Associates LLC site license to provide reading and math instructional software for students grade K through 12 and professional development for teachers, school leaders, and designated school personnel for services for Beaufort County School District for a total cost of $1,485,332.52 from ESSER funding for a 3-year term and authorize Dr. Frank Rodriguez to execute the contract.
Second.
That was Ms. Boatwright? Okay. So the second was made by Ingrid Boatwright. Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Dr. Watts. I'm going to support this motion as I did the previous one because I do believe that this presentation by Dr. Stratus showed us how this is part of a comprehensive plan and a strategic plan to overcome learning loss. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
At this time, the data has not convinced me that iReady as it is currently being used already currently in our district, that it has been effective this far. So it brings me great concerns, and I still have some other questions. And to make a large commitment to this, it brings me a great concern. And also, I have a question. Where are these funds coming from?
It's in the motion, the ESSER funds.
I read the motion, but I just want to be crystal clear because which brings me to my next point. Utilizing these funds, I just hope that we're just not making quick decisions. As one board member said, yeah, I've had longer read their phone bill than to make decisions on these right here. I just think that we should be careful how we spend these funds from the district. Thank you. So for that, I can't support this. Thank you.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support this for the same reason I supported the previous one. We were given articulated, measurable goals that we expect these products to deliver. And that's, I think, all we can ask for. We ask for those goals, and then we go back and evaluate it next year and see if those goals were met. So I think the district has done everything we've asked of them. They have a good established goal. So I'm going to approve this.
I concur also with what Ms. Vidrich and Mr. Stribinger just said. I will support this motion as I did the last one. Mr. Smith?
Also, is there a buyer remorse escape clause in this contract?
Mr. Smith, there's not a, we say buyer remorse, like a right of rescission. No, there's not a 3-day right of rescission in this contract.
Thank you.
All right, the question is called. The motion is approved 8-1. Mr. Smith is voting no. Mel Kimball?
Okay, Madam Chair. I move we approve the superintendent's recommendation for employment listed June 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2021. Personnel ratification report.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Boatright, second the motion. Any discussion? Mr. Smith?
I have a question. How many employees, Dr. Rodriguez, how many employees do we have that resigned this year?
Ms. Walton, are you on?
Yes, I am. Mr. Smith, I don't have that exact number before me right now, but I can get that to you.
Okay, and also, could you also, when you get that, also, can I get a breakdown versus retirees and so forth? Because right now, I know you said that we had 84 people in the district to retire this year, but overall, can you give me a breakdown of that list when you provide that for us, please?
You want a breakdown of the retirees separate from people that resigned?
I know you can do teachers, administrators, just a breakdown of everyone.
Sure, we can do that.
And as well as the retirees, yes, ma'am.
We can do that.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. I appreciate it. Thank you, Rodriguez, Dr. Rodriguez.
And the question is called. The motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult education report for July 2021.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Boatright, second the motion made by Mr. Mel Campbell.
Gave you guys an opportunity.
Mr. Smith?
Tonight I will accept the ratification, this adult ed report. But I'm just looking forward to, in the future to when these reports can not exist or be very small to none, and that we will be able to see less reports of the one that we had tonight. Thank you.
The question is called. The motion is approved unanimously. Do you have any further action as necessary or appropriate coming out of executive session?
No, Madam Chair, that
All right. And there were no second public comments submitted, so unanimous consent. We are adjourned, and thank you to everyone that attended tonight. Good night.